Archie!
Car.
Canadia. That's supposed to be cat? Car. Hello, welcome. Thank you for the 6 months. Thank you so much. Also, hello, Exosonia. Overacting cars are just as cool as cats. I'm gonna be a car cat. Not Homestuck reference. There you go. I'm just ooh. Hello. I'm still a little sick. Just a little. Not like honestly it's mostly gone now. It's just like a lingering cough. It's not even what do you call a cough that's really weak? Like a chortle? No, that's a laugh, right? A wheeze is like a strong. If a wheeze is a stronger cough, what's a weak cough? I don't know. I know there's a word for it, probably. My god, there's so much hair everywhere. Is it your fault, Fluffy? But yeah, I'm back. I had a nice break at the beach. I got sick like halfway through the break though, so that kind of sucked. But it's mostly gone now, as I just said. So everything's all good. The new model's almost finished. That's like super exciting. But the closer it gets to being done, which is very close. If I could give it like a percentage right now, I'd probably say it was like 85% done. Probably. Something like that. It's very close to being done. But the closer it gets to being done, the more I'm like, oh shoot, I have to go find someone to rig the model. Because I can't do that. At least not in the way that I would want it to come out. So I don't know if I have enough money for the rig too. Depending on like the quality of it too. I have a little bit saved up because it's been a while since I started the process of getting the new model. But I don't know. I gotta see. But I'm not in any rush really. I do want it to be done at some point, to get all this stuff done at some point, but At least I already have this model that I stream with, so it's not like it's not like when before when I didn't have any model at all. So yeah, that's the news update. Trying to think. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna play Ace Attorney now. that was a dumb way to say it. We're gonna do Ace Attorney because I haven't done that in a while, and there's one trial left. Apparently, so do that. All right. Let me pull up the game. Folder expansion. Why does Streamlabs just tell me that? Thanks, Streamlabs. Now I know how to expand my folder. Hold on, let me make sure the everything's in the right spot. Alright. Rise from the ashes. I've been told this one isn't so great, this trial in particular, but oh my god, what is happening? On a cold, dark, and stormy night, someone was killed. Oh no! It's just like in the thing with the thing. It's two people? In two separate buildings? What the fuck? Synchronized killing. Who's that? It's way more cinematic than all the other before trial stuff. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. Oh my god, does this guy not do anything when there's no Maya? How are you gonna pay the bills? I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. February 22nd, 10:02 a.m. Why do I come here to the office every day? It's not like I want to work. There you are, finally! Where have you been? My sister's trial is tomorrow. Who are you? Doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. That's me. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So you are the coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait! You're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody. Wait, what? Did I read that right? How do I pull up the log? I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please! I'm out of time! Nico, welcome! Hello. How are you doing? What? Please, you have to help! It's my sister! Oh my god, what the fuck? Did she transform? Oh no, he's flashbacking. He's like, wait, I've helped a sister before. Maya? Could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma. Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Good, good. And you? I'm doing good as well. I'm a little bit sick. Not it's mostly gone though. It's like my sinuses are like only 10% congested, and the cough is like I don't even feel like I have to cough very often. It's just like in the back of my throat, but it's still a little bit there. Overall, I'd say I'm mostly recovered, but hold on. Just as I said. Okay. Scientific investigator. Emma. I'm sure it's pronounced Emma, but in my mind I keep reading it as Emma because there's only one M. Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just you seem kind of jumpy. Or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known. At my age, no less. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. Wow. But I'm ready to do my job. At my age, no less. Great, another future professional in training. So, what's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. So, it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. There she is, one of the detectives. Hi, Whippy, welcome. How are you? Was this girl on yeah, I guess that's why I recognized her, because I have a friend who's super big into Ace Attorney, and when I was telling them that there was one trial left in the game, they're like, oh yeah, that trial's like mid, but also has my favorite character in it. Good, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm just a little bit sick. I'm mostly recovered, but Kramer sure I bring Mia Fey, but that's interesting. How does she know Mia? So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigations should be done scientifically. She's a prodigy. She's amazing.
Are you an insane?
Don't you? Yeah. Sure can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And, well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia's a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Oh my god! Eternal Chin, hi! Welcome! How are you doing? Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Huh? Huh? Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. That's so cliche. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry your parents didn't have a cooler death. Hello, Cat, run into any overused porn stars lately? No, I don't think so. Not to my knowledge. uh, oh, I'm sorry. Alright, I guess that's everything from Miss Emma Sky. Oh my god! Oh, I was really confused. I'm like, why is she here too? She's following me everywhere. Is she the same person in the detention center? I wonder what's wrong with Emma. Or Emma. I said I wasn't gonna pronounce it that way. I guess she is following me. Doesn't want to talk to her sister. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. Was Vic a part of the tabletop simulator nonsense? No, they're just one of my viewers. Were you there, Vico, for the tabletop stuff? The stream, it was what day was it? It was the 1st of July. Guard. I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. Did you not want to raise this here? Is she is she the criminal director? Understood, ma'am. What was that all about? Oh my god. Edelgard? Imperial Queen of the throne? Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory's failing. Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? For your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Oh, she's got a very not angry face. I was expecting a more stern-faced woman. Yeah, it was a great stream. It should be up. I put it. I think it's already on the archive channel too, but it's not gonna expire for another 2 months anyway. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? What is this like attire she's got going? She has like badges. Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry. What exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? Why is it always the lawyers getting in murder cases now? 2 sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? Emma, Lana. I mean, they're just like Mia and Maya. Whoa! We had 8 people of like-minded chaos. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. I wanted to play more Among Us, but everyone had to go to sleep, I think. Oh my god, what? Felix, it was your idea to cross-examine the parrot, Von Comrade. But hey, if you don't like the bird, I've got a few more for you. Lift up 2 fingers. I'm going to jail. Oh hell no, this is my lawyer. I'm going to jail. Actually, we did a pretty good job. Chief, welcome. Yes, this case. Do you like this one? I've been told that this one is like, well, I don't know how the case is, but they say that the person who was talking to me said that their favorite characters in this one or is introduced Emma. Yeah, I had fun with the Among Us. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? No, I'm just thinking about how you two are parallels. You're like the... So, you're the chief prosecutor? That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. and make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities, in a nutshell. An awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Yeah, what the fuck? This guy's not paying attention. Well, to be fair, it seems like when Maya's not here, he literally does nothing. He's like, I don't feel like taking any cases right now. I'm sad. I'm depressed. I don't want to work. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible that you wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident. When I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject? Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? Does she want to go to jail? Question mark? There's something you should know from the start. Which is? The suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? Wait, but the suspect is... me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? This is exactly what Edgeworth did. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's different, but Edgeworth last trial, he was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna confess now. The crime took place yesterday, February 21st, at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. It was in the witness's deposition. The witness clearly saw me committing the crime. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? Your subordinate's car trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. How is this woman... Okay, I guess I need to keep playing to see what... She has some motive at some length, but... So, who was the victim? An investigator with the police department. Sam! Welcome! Thank you for the raid, Sam! Welcome! How are you guys doing? You were doing a singing stream, right? I stopped by for a little bit. Oh, whoops. I messed up the command. There we go. Oh, and then you were playing Valorant. Okay. Nice. We still haven't played Valorant together. It's probably because I still suck. I don't know if I could play with you. After playing with one of my other friends, I realized that the queuing puts me with people who actually know what they're doing. And it was kind of bad. So, but I need to get better. Yeah, I attempted this thing and then I gave up and went to Valorant. Oh, well, you probably sing better than I do. So, whatever your attempt was, it was probably amazing. No such thing as sucking at Valorant, you're just learning. That's true. I know I was just learning, but like when I was, I don't know. I feel like I'm like I flipped on my head. Like I have to not run. Like I have to hold shift to not run, and like there's a bunch of positioning stuff. And I don't know a bunch of like other stuff. You know what I'm talking about? And then the 9-year-olds are yelling at me. They say I suck. So I don't know. I just need to get better. Yeah. Hi Sharky, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You'll play for funds. Pacing yourself is the biggest thing. Yeah, I know. It's just... I don't know. I feel like if I queue up with people who are also in my position, then I can learn like with them as opposed to against them. We weren't even playing like any like competitive type deal, but people still... They're very... I don't know. Not the 9-year-olds. They're like, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with this, Sage? Sage, heal me! Sage, what are you doing? Sage, why are you saving up all your points? Buy something? Oh boy. It was fun though. I had fun. I just kind of followed Canada around, and then we played Fortnite no build, which went a lot better because I was like insulated. The sad ass music is playing while I'm talking about how bad I am at Valorant. Fight them 9-year-olds. Oh, I believe me, I tried. I got my ass beat by 9-year-olds on both sides. But Sam, we gotta play Dead by Daylight. That's my stomping grounds. That's what I excel. You see, we gotta yeah. Did I ever play CS for Valorant? No, I know nothing about CS:GO. I literally like, I knew what type of game and I knew like general concepts, but I've never actually played it. It's like when you're learning about driving and then you actually like start driving physically. It's like completely different than taking the class. Like I knew about a lot of like oh, you have to the corners and the thing you gotta plant and disarm it, but I never actually knew anything about it. The closest thing, honestly, like I played Overwatch, so I know like there are how abilities are, and that's it. That's like the closest thing, and I feel like that doesn't really. Yeah, that's basically it. But I honestly, like I said, I had fun. I'm not like great at it. And I feel like I'd also like to play it off stream. But I have so many games that I play off stream too, but I sometimes just forget. But I have a lot of games and shows that I want to get to, and I just bought a bunch of games off of the Steam sale because they were cheaper. But yeah, we gotta play Valorant. Maybe Fortnite. I don't know. Sam, do you play Fortnite? Fortnite no build. We could play that. We should collab Overwatch. Yeah, that'd be fun. Oh, dude, I was a huge Overwatch player. I played it when it first came out, and I stuck with it for like the longest time. And I haven't played it in a bit. I've kind of fallen off. But now that Overwatch 2 is coming out, well, it sucks that the beta right now is like $40 because they're cheap. But yeah, I wanna do that. I know I'll play Overwatch. Overwatch and Valorant are really not alike at all. I just said that because they have abilities and like class systems, but I have Fortnite. I don't know how I feel about it. Like how good it is or how good you are at it. Like I had fun playing with other people on the no build mode, or rather I had fun playing with Canada, which honestly that was like huge because I played Fortnite for like 2 hours when it first came out in the build mode, and I never really looked back because I couldn't build for shit. The 9-year-olds, they struck the 9-year-olds, not the 9-year-olds. They came back. They were building skyscrapers in milliseconds. It was terrifying. But yeah, the no build mode, I actually had a lot of fun. It was really fun not knowing anything because like they added so much stuff since I last played. Not that I actually knew how to play Fortnite from before, but yeah, I don't know, I had fun. I didn't expect it, but I had fun. But yeah, we gotta play that. I have a Human Fall Flat too. I think I got that at some point. I have Deep Rock Galactic. I have a ton of stuff that we could play, or a ton of games and stuff. Yeah, no, Overwatch though, Jin, I'm pretty good at Overwatch. not to toot my own horn, but I know my stuff. Kind of fun, I'll admit, but only if you play with friends. Yeah, I don't think I'd play. I think Valorant I'd play alone, but I don't think I'd play Fortnite alone. I'm decent, but I'm bad at the same time. What heroes do you normally play? I honestly, I'm not like super good. I'm just like, I'm pretty average, but like I'm not. I don't know. Sometimes I pop off, but it's hard to tell how good you are at a game depending on like the people that you're playing with. Because sometimes you'll be queued with like people that are like probably not as good as you are, and then you mop them, and then you feel like you're good until you actually go up against with people that are like way better. Because I'm probably trapped in my own MMR bubble, so I feel like I'm decent. I don't know. Here's don't require Winston, or don't require aiming. I said don't require Winston because I was thinking of Winston. Do you have Winston aim? Is that the problem? Cause yeah, Winston, Mercy if you want to be a healer. Overwatch was pre-order until people were like, switch off that hero, they suck. Yeah, that's why I don't play competitive Overwatch. Though I don't play the competitive mode. Because that's where all of that is. Honestly, I'm not like a big competitive person when it comes to any game. Some heroes just suck though. Until like you're, I don't know, mystery heroes. Those were the times where I remember back like the 2017 through 2018, maybe even 2016 era of where like played Overwatch with all the boys until like 3 a.m. in the morning. Those were the days. I need to move on. I've been staring at this woman say an investigator with the police department for like an hour. The sad music is making me sad. It forces you to get it good. True. I did like not having to choose a hero because sometimes you're like, I don't know who to play. But Mr. Hero just chooses for you. I suppose the correct term is detective. Oh my god, did they kill Detective Gumshoe? No, no way. A detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. Wait, what does that mean? What? Mr. Wright, what does it mean? Mr. White. Well, it means... The police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. Okay, well, it's not like she's really fighting back, is she? She's like, I did it. I did it. You can't change my mind, Mr. Wright. I got McClick so many times till I was forced to get good. He's fun to play, honestly. When I played Overwatch, I usually stuck to like, I guess I stuck to a couple of heroes until around like halfway through when I played, like the 2 years after it released, where I would kind of be like, I would go into like a hero mood. Like I would play like, I play one character if I got like a cool skin on them for like a month. Like there was a point where I was playing like mostly like only Doomfist or mostly like Soldier or Mercy or something. I don't know. You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, did she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Though it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey! It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year, and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different. Oni Ryuji and I left out the X's. I'm assuming I'm supposed to leave them out. Thank you for the follow. Here's the game. Where did you go? There you are. She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Whoa! Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Okay. Lana was top of her class in the school. Dude, who isn't attracted to Mia? What? Mia and Lana. I was the best there was. That was the best there was. Back in my day. Back in my day. Oh. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. Sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Put on her freaking rose-tinted glasses. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I'm admitting my guilt. Yeah, I don't want to defend this person, what? They don't even care. I think it's safe to say, there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana... Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana. I know. So how can you say you did? I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Okay, dude. She said, I'm not handling this situation right now. Yes, thank you for saying my name right. No problem. Honestly, that's like I'm not very good at that. I feel like 75% of the time when I read names from chat, I say them wrong. So, uh, I don't mind being corrected, but like understand that. But I got it right this time. Let's go. Lana does the Ricardo flick. She's gonna turn around and put that red thing on her shoulder as a bandana over her head. She goes, Mr. Right? Yeah? I believe our discussion here is ended. The rest, I leave to you. So does that mean I'm taking your case, or... You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes. But something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here. And I'm going to find out what. Where's the Maya thing? Did I stretch it out before? Oh yeah, it's still stretched out. There you go. She's not here because she's in the mountains, but she's here in spirit. No way, the Kaifi in court illegal. Dude, I'm fighting for my life here. They got me on charges of not hydrating when I get hit with a hydrate redeem. I swear it's because I'm out of water. I'm living in the desert. I actually am like out of water right now. I have like a in front of me. I'm holding like a little cup of boba tea, but it's like it was empty except for the ice, and then the ice melted, so I was just drinking the water from the ice. But there's not even that much ice water left. I need to get more water. I also have this jar of sauce. Well, it's not sauce, it's empty, but it's like one of those like glass jars of sauce that are huge. I never throw them out because like it's like basically a cup. Like why would you throw it out, right? I had water in that too, but now it's empty. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Mr. White. Huh? About what? My sister. She's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. 2 months later at that. The government sucks. Yeah. Kill the government. Also, Yuzu, it's hi, welcome. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. Sorry, but I don't believe you. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... Well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so she's my psychic now. She honestly fills in. He fills in pretty good for Maya, if I'm being honest. At least, I don't know. She's smart, Maya. She's scientific, Maya. What the hell is this? This is a parking deck? This looks like a scientific lab. Where's the concrete? This is so advanced. True, her theme slaps too. Let's go. I love a good slapping theme from Ace Attorney. Everybody knows the one. Was it like Pursuit or something? But they have some pretty good ones too. So this is a lot where it all happened. It looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. How has he never got... Phoenix is an actual awful... Well, never mind. It's it's been a few weeks since I played Ace Attorney, but how could I forget? This is clearly Japanifornia, and the law works differently here, to say the least. Hey everyone, keep up the good work. Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they're going to be my coworkers 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes? I'm trying to not stand out too much here, see? Hey there. You expecting to go unnoticed here, partner? But partner? Oh my god. Oh, this guy's so cool. Gotta go to school in a bit. I'll be lurking. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by too. Have a good school. Yeah. Don't forget to circle C if you don't know the answer. Oh, enter. Partner. What do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall. Oh my god, this guy is so fucking cool. This is awesome. I think this is my favorite Ace Attorney character. At this moment in time. Marshall looks more like a sheriff to me. Look at here, Bambina. I know how you feel, but this is my gang's gold strike. See? Strike? This is our claim, our territory, with a motherload of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti in the desert dream? You want to. What's this guy talking about? He's talking about awesome things, Phoenix. Awesome and epic things. You head along home now. Happy trails, Bambina. That was... I'm starstruck. Was that a Ombre, a friend of yours? Kind of. Sort of? Yeah. He's a detective. He thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems. Oh, that was so cool! I'm a sucker for, like, fucking cowboy desperado characters, I think. Alright, examine time. There's a wallet on the floor. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer. Wait! What are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it! This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. Oh my god, she's Mia too. The Mia-ning. I'm called to duty already, and at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I can tell she's been waiting for this. Okay now. Look at the court record. What the fuck? Why am I getting a tutorial? Oh! We got a new mechanic. Let's go. You have to be sure to examine the evidence carefully on all sides. Hold on, let me fucking close the door. Someone is like cackling with laughter in the living room. I'll be right back. New dimension has been added. Oh my god, we're Sherlocking it. Okay, please. Dude, it must be the funniest joke ever. He's been laughing for the past, like, 2 minutes straight. I'm not even lying. The mic part doesn't pick it up, but it's distracting. Now let's start examining. Now, from every angle. Can I turn it? Oh my god, I can turn it! That's... Woo! Wait, how do I move the cursor? Do I have to like... Oh, there we go. Oh, look. I think there might be a clue here. Should check it out. With a press of Enter key. I'll do just that.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Who is that guy? Fucking JoJo character. This is not an ID card. But it's really smudged. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID number 58421089. Sergeant Bruce Goodwin when he meets Lyle Bad Woman. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? Scientific investigation consists of me opening my fucking the wallet with my hands. It consists of me moving. It's amazing. I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. Oh my god, I can inspect evidence now. Before this, Phoenix was too stupid to just open the vault and read, but with Maya's help, that's why I was all smudged, because he couldn't actually read what was on the card. But not Maya, Emma here. She's smart. She's a child prodigy. She can read. Guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. Slide. What's a car with spaghetti? Oh, it's the death person, death chalk thing. Look, a door. This must mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't open. Mysterious lock. I fail to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears! No, my ears! Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey! What did you just say? See? You can hear just fine. The phone's broken. Literally, Maya too. What's a sign? Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You can see the whole parking lot from in there. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office. Oh god, she's even more— never mind, she's even more stupid than Mia. I had it all wrong. I said this was scientific smart Mia. This is actually just completely dumb Mia. No brain cell Mia, as opposed to one brain cell. Or Maya. I said Mia again. I'm getting them mixed up. They're different, I promise. You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. Too bad they don't have the test for common sense. Ooh, owned. Too bad they don't have a test for common sense. This is where the cars leave the lot. The air on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose. Aha! The theory of relativity. What? Forgot to write this down. I love her writing down face. I wish it would like stay on that one for a few seconds just so I could look at it. Ah! Hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe you know, was Mr. Relativity German? Or was he British? Mr. Relativity. Are you sure that was his name? This is me. This is what I gleaned from class. I'm like, is he German or British? I found it. Geez, have your clip, baby. Oh, a clip. Oh. A clip. Oh yeah. I think the Automata is gonna strike it down. Yeah, no, I think Automata will kill it. You can put it in the Discord. We have a clips thingy, a clips channel. That's where I put all the clips so everybody can see them. Oh god, I just realized I'm really hungry. I ate, but not really. I had chips sitting next to me, so I just started eating those because I was like hungry, but I didn't feel like going up to get anything. So I ate that, which like stalled my hunger, but I didn't actually really eat anything. So it's probably gonna hit me like midstream. I'll get like a small snack later. You know how many Discords I don't have? Oh yeah. Everybody got a Discord. Everybody gangsta till they pull out the Discord link. It's on the thingy. Actually, if I do this. There we go. Now end them? Okay, I haven't seen this. I have no idea what this is. Hold on, let me pull it up. Where did the game go? What the fuck? Oh, it's right here. I'm stupid. Oh, I think they updated Streamlabs. Everything looks a little different. What? Hey! Where did it go? I love how you were distracted with whatever you were doing. Oh, is that on yeah. That happens to me a lot. I don't have like short attention span, but if I start doing like a little thing with my like drawing or whatever, I'll just like kind of zone out. No, not like this. That's weird. I'm try refreshing it. Clip's missing. Clip is no longer available. Weird. Oh, what there?
Yeah.
What clip did I copy? Shut up for me. There we go. I fixed it. I don't know what I was doing. I'm actually. Wait. Oh no, yeah, I was posting the same link. I guess it just didn't work that time. Okay, there we go. Fixed it. The kids, what the? I am winning. Or am I winning? I'm doing both. Actually, hold on. Where is it? It's a dumb joke, I'm sorry. There. Now I'm whining. Get it? This is the wine glass. Haha. Haha. I truly outdo myself. Okay, let me post the clip.
We're stepping over you, porn star.
Let me mute the game first. No, and
Yeah,
then...
we're stepping over you, porn star.
Overused? Oh!
Over
Yeah!
And then
Everything's
also
loose.
insult your appearance and humiliate you every chance they get.
The washed
Even
up
though-
porn
even-
star insults me. Really? Motherfucking yeah.
How are they patient with you and insults you?
I know. They're patient, but they just don't show it.
It's literally
No, end
Yeah,
them.
but
No, end them. Wait, why did I say that?
we're
Why did I
stepping
say
over you,
that?
porn
No,
star.
end
Yeah,
them.
but
What was the context?
we're stepping over you, porn star.
Overused? Yeah. I think I probably was distracted with like the drawing or something. I don't know. That was good. Now I understand the context. Oh. Goodbye, browser. Wine time. An oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. The drum over here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. I'm not sus. I hate water? What do you mean you hate water? Water is so like... Maybe because it's so basic? I don't know. I don't have strong feelings towards water either way. Until I'm thirsty, then I love water. I freaking love water! I also hate water-based? Why are you guys all dehydrated? What's happening? Steak out. Dang, I'm hungry. No, don't remind me. I'm hungry too. Me and my homies hate water. We only drink paint. This paint banging, yo. Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. Okay, shave it again. The sheriff! Like I said before, this here's our claim. You'd best be moseying along. Unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. God, scary! Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Let me take a swig from this here liquor bottle. Well, little Philly's got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides that red Mustang with the body in her saddle, eh? Please. No problem, partner. About time for vittles anyway. Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor of the prospector's office. Prospector? Might just find you a cerveza you like. Prospector's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self. Look up Vittles Saloon Cerveja. I guess it's cerveza. It's the Portuguese version. Only drink Diet Coke. Ew, wait, what the fuck? You guys like diet soda? I'll never understand people who like diet soda. I think it tastes gross. I think there's like, there seems to be something really like addictive about it, because everyone who drinks any diet drinks drink it all the time, whatever the diet drink is. I don't know why, but it tastes disgusting to me. Maybe if I drink it like 3 times in a row, I just like bear down, then my body will like develop an addiction. Diet water. Some water tastes like ass, though. Like, you can honestly say you hate like a water brand. I had a... What was the brand? Hold on, let me get in my trash can. Oh, fuck. I didn't put it in this trash can. Never mind. I think it was like Arctic Spring or something. But it tasted awful. It was probably the worst water I've ever tasted from a bottle. I don't know what they put in it. It was bad. It's worse for you than normal. Yeah. Diet soda tastes bad and is bad for you. I don't know what the... I guess, yeah, you get used to the fake chemical sugar. The normal sugar taste ass is not good. They just strap you down and just like drip feed you regular soda. That way your teeth will fall out in a healthier way. Probably not that much healthier, but... Dasani? Honestly? I don't think I've ever had a bad experience with Dasani, but... Body Armor Waters was actually really good. $2. A Body Armor Water? I've never heard of that before. I've never had Fiji water before. It's so bad it's banned in the UK? Jesus Christ. Isn't that like the Pepsi brand water? And cola is like Aquafina? Or is it like vice versa? I don't know. body armor. I've never heard of body armor water before. Is this a these? Am I about to get these nuts Thanos card? What am I missing? Let me look that up. Body armor. I keep thinking of Under Armour. This is just body armor. Wait, maybe I should put water after it. I think it's just a body armor expecting it to— oh wait, I think I've seen this before. It's like you can get like the sports drinks and stuff. I didn't know they made a water version. Wild. It's a thick tasting water? That sounds awful. No, it's accurate taste description, but it's really hard to say. It's hard to say water is thick as a description. No, because they actually got like thick water is a thing. You know that like there's a water for people that like can't drink like regular water. Like if you search up thick water, it'll probably come up. I don't think body armor is what I'm talking about right now. But there's like a special type of water that they add stuff to make it like more viscous. Please pull up the Badlands chugs thick water. Oh wait, is that a thing? I kind of want to see that. The Badlands, Missy, Bambino. I'm giving him like a stereotypical cowboy voice, but it seems like he's got like a Hispanic cowboy thing. I don't know. I can't do that. I'm the wrong type of Latino for that. Here, Badlands chugs thick water. Warning, super thick.
Hey everyone, welcome to—
Shut up.
Hey everyone, welcome to Badlands Chugs.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It's the thick water. Look at that shit. Yeah, it's for people who have problems swallowing.
On YouTube where people have actually tried this and
He's got the boot.
Everybody has the same reaction. They can't even drink maybe
It's
like
normal,
an
it just
ounce.
tastes thick. Yeah.
It's
It's
so thick and it doesn't taste appetizing, but
it doesn't taste appetizing. Well, I guess it doesn't taste the same, but that's because of the texture, not the taste. I don't know.
okay. For sponsoring this video,
Oh no.
we find this
Oh my
jug
god. Stop talking about Manscaped.
looks like refreshing.
Okay, this is
Let's
regular
try
water.
it with the thick water. Let's see how many C's.
I want to see the part where he drinks it. Did he drink it just now?
Ah, it's like snot.
Oh, he filled it up with the whole boot.
Oh, as ever.
Okay.
Out the boot. Okay.
Yeah, it does look awful. It looks like slime. Like play slime. I hate that.
Look at that.
Enough talk.
Even
Drink the slime.
the bubbles don't move.
Yeah, that's fucked. When you see the bubbles that get stuck, that's like sanitizer quality.
Look at this.
He's drinking sanitizer.
There's only one way to find out, okay? Thick water. Fridge code. Cheers, folks.
Do I gotta put this on 2x speed? Oh my god, he's charging. He's charging his meter. What? God damn. Oh my god, he's fighting for his life, dude. Oh god, it's like fucking mucus. That's disgusting. 20 seconds. What a champ, dude. Oh, it's so fucking gross. Okay, it just hit me how much water that was in the bottle. Okay, no more. That's, that's bad. Oh, God. Is this TOS safe? It's just water, bro. It's just water. Oh, it's fucked. No. I gotta stop thinking about it. That's crazy though. I would never try that on its own. But chugging it is a whole different story. It's actually making me like feel sick. This is horrible. Maybe we should check out room 12 120. Let me just pick a naming convention. 1202. The High Prosecutor's Office. Wait, I wasn't done investigating. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like. Just keep your paws off our claim. Right. Great. I think he did a chug with thick water with Kool-Aid in it. Oh my god. I think if I watched that, I would actually just throw up. Like, not even joking. In the state that I'm in now. Does he does like, he doesn't even chug, it's like, he doesn't, hold on, let me fucking think what I'm gonna say before I just say it. He doesn't normally chug like disgusting things, right? He just chugs like liquids. But I don't know, though I don't watch him too much. I've seen like the stupid Badlands chugs drinks the ocean video where he has like the desalter or whatever, the pipe. And that's pretty much it. That is pretty gross, the sea. Resident chug expert here. The nasty stuff is few and far between. Okay, that makes sense. I feel like he just goes after like liquids. Most liquids aren't gonna be gross, but I feel like chugging any type of soda would also hurt though. But he's a master at it. God damn, I would not never be able to do that in my life. Ugh. Great. Maybe there are some clues around here. Mr. Right? Mr. White. He keeps calling him Mr. White. I don't think Maya did that. It reminds me of a Breaking Bad. Let's check it out. Excuse me? Were you two all set? Us? Oh my god. They're hitting me with all these cool new characters. Oh my god. The sushi lady. What's this? She couldn't be... You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene. Bam. Hello? Half and half, was it? Huh? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. Bro, I'd buy all of her lunch boxes. Forcing my cheap pictures to your Discord get invaded? Oh god, there it is. Chinchillas are big. I don't think I've ever actually seen one in real life. Or I'll probably see a picture of it, but... And I guess I still haven't seen one in real life, but... I don't see them often. I think that's what I was trying to say. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance. Especially passers-by. Or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. That's hardly a way to greet someone. Even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. The cough-up queen? Cough-up, huh? No, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? Oh my gosh, she's the witness. I'm referring to the murder. The stabbing of that detective. What? Not another hot witness. Fuck. I can't do it again. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gaga. Get food. Okay. Let me get food. Let me wait until the music comes back on. have something nice to listen to. Okay, I just play the thing I had before. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I put soup in the microwave and now it's heating, so I'll check on it in a sec. Right. It'll probably be too hot to even move after it's done. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. Good soup. Yeah, I figured I was gonna make a sandwich, but then I figured I'm still kind of sick, so that's like perfect soup time, right? I'm not like super sick, but like I don't know. I'm just like I'm being cliche and fake. It's like, oh, you're sick, gotta get soup. Cooking hamburger helper. What kind of? Oh, I thought for some reason I thought I'm cooking hamburger helper. What kind do you want? I've never actually had hamburger helper before. It's always just it's basically like an instruction thing, right? For some reason, I thought that it would come with the meat. It doesn't. It doesn't come with the meat. You have to you get the like the pasta or whatever, and then you get the meat later. But it has the instructions for everything. But I'm stupid, so. Oh, I got it was like chicken and wild rice with vegetables. I think that was the exact stuff. Yeah, that's basically it. Extra stuff, and then you combine it. Good soup. Ever had Krispy Kreme? You ever had a Krispy Kreme? Was it crispy? She just said didn't think so, but she kind of just leaves us in suspense. Macaroni and cheese to cheesy hash browns. It's always nice to add like bacon or like ground beef to mac and cheese. It's like a grinded up cheeseburger with no bread. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, cough up, Queen. Tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Yes, ma'am. Yipes, she means it. Oh my god, Phoenix. Yipes, she means it. This is Phoenix Boomer. He fluctuates between being young and being 70 years old. This is his 70-year-old moment. Mama? Mother? Beautiful sushi lady? I like her, the little octopus thing. And of course the jelly donuts. Can't forget those. Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny. Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know them. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the name of innocence. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They give an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday. I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Ew! Why'd she say ew? The most heinous of all the evil ones. The one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear. This lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. So what exactly was it that you witnessed, Miss Stark? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. Now I feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. See Lana Skye wield that knife so... Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to the world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Skye's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Skye? Of course. It's quite a feat, becoming chief prosecutor. Lunch. ¿Tú quieres? How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Now, why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No? Only true connoisseurs can understand. Lunch. Hey, what the fuck is that? The kind you can only tell someone who has tried General Tso's Trilobite lunch set. What the fuck? Never mind. You win. I don't even want to appreciate part of a Trilobite's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. Get it? Give you that. Because of money to import lunches. I wonder if she sells them for more. That sounds expensive. How much does she sell them for? My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? He's the security room over there? Security cafe! The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis. Not. Did you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Ha! Perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be sure cause of food poisoning. Scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking cough-up queen. Haha. Ha. The fuck does Phoenix know about romance? Nothing. Phoenix knows nothing about anything. He's literally stupid. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but no, I'm not so sure. Is that everything here? Can I go back to inspecting? Or are we done? I feel like I didn't click on everything. Oh, we're going to the high. Holy fuck. That's a nice looking coat. Oh, this is the Steel Samurai. And a glowing chessboard. 10-day-old clams. My king? Is this isn't Edgeworth's office, is it? No, this is someone else. This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, there's a trophy or something over here. A trophy? What, that shield? That shield! Takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix Wright. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice! No way, is it? It is! Oh my god! My main man. I knew. Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth! You know him from somewhere? You know this guy? Of course, I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once and... Right, your sister's the chief prosecutor after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No, did I? No. It was just, Mr. Right here, he... Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? Murder? A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. Oh my god, it's his car, isn't it? No. That would be my car. Oh my god, what is that face? Oh, I knew it was his. He's like, use my car. What of it? What? Your car? I'll say one thing, she certainly can scream. It would be my car. So the body was found in your car? Go ahead, say it, right? You think I did it, don't you? After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. What is this, like, smug, bashful Edgeworth face that he's doing now? Never seen that before. All they need to do is add a blush on his face. That's all that's missing. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean... Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir. Emma Sky. It's nice to meet you again. Oh, that didn't sound forced at all. Ah, now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit it was a surprise for me too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Lana Sky is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. Oh my god. So wait, he's gonna be my opponent, not the cowboy man? Well, that's easy, just throw, Edgeworth, we win. You? Mr. Edgeworth? We meet to the courtroom once again. I was wondering how they would, like, bring him back into being Wright's rival. It seems like they just kind of cleared everything up already. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. Wait. Ha, ha, ha. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimonies, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy! Huh. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life. Impossible to stop. That face again! The damned smile. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield. Gotta be a story behind that one. Is the blush effect you being drunk? On me? That's when I laugh too hard. But I think they should put a blush effect on Edgeworth's face when he does that sly smile. It's pretending you didn't just play a whole game about this dude, literally. I think it's because it's what my friend was talking about before. How this trial wasn't in this game before, but when they ported it, well, I guess you probably already know this, but yeah, it was like retconned back into this game when it was ported. So it's kind of like, I guess they did say there was a time skip, but Chief Prosecutor Sky. Yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then, why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Why is he smiling? Why does he have this face when he says that? It's kind of like DLC. Oh, okay, so they fused it back on. It's like when a game gets like a definitive edition and they just make the DLC part of the game. Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Ooh. He looks like pleased with himself. Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, it was the knife I kept in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Why do you have that? Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can you take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. More like a non-existent sense of humor. Mr. Phoenix is the type of guy to go, actually. Wait, is that it? I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Prosecutors. Huh? What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. Oh, that's what that is. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send that shit to the best prosecutor each year. That's so stupid. You're telling me the best prosecutor gets a big ugly green trophy? A big ugly green shield with a giant K on it. Oh, that's awful. I couldn't even bother to put like a I don't know, like a trophy of a person or something. What? So that K, that's K stands for king. Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors. Kind of like Employee of the Month, only better. Is it supposed to be? I have a feeling it's not supposed to be broken. Wow, this jacket is even lacier than his usual ones. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. She's getting way too excited about this. Exposed. My, what an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead. Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name somewhere before. Wendy's nuts fit in your mouth. I think if you examine the trophy, you can see the previous award winners. Oh, let me check it. And beside it, a giant steel samurai. Wow, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of this foot. Between a rock and a hard place. Wendy. Wendy? Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiance? No. I don't think so. Is that who's talking about? Wendy Oldbag? No way. So that's the King of Prosecutors shield, huh? Well done, Edgeworth. You must be proud to be the King of Prosecutors. Congratulations, King of Prosecutors! Please, stop saying that. It still doesn't explain one thing. Why is the tip of the shield broken off? I guess it doesn't show me. Hey, a chessboard! I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh?
Adachi.
Those horses are mounted knights. Oh, Lucifer Fallen Star, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn, his head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges, surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. I've got you now, Mr. Wright. Ooh, cute! What a pretty tea set. I go more for the instant tea bags myself. Amazing! Oh, amazing! The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend. What an exquisitely splendid concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Wow, Phoenix and Emma are just taking a tour around Edgeworth's office. Phoenix just moping the whole time because he's jealous, and Emma's like, wow. Whoa, these are all case files? They're stacked up in the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. He must have someone get them for him. Detective Gumshoe. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? I don't know, because the game showed me a flashback. This means that every flashback Phoenix can see with vivid imagery. He has photographic memory. He must study these case reports so closely. He's so cool. I wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. A work desk. It's quite tidy as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. Ugh. Him again. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Again? What the fuck? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. I think that's everything. Oh, the window. Whoa! What a view! It must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. I guess you would feel important. Incidentally, were you to jump out this window, the time until impact with the ground would be... There she is, she's doing the face. Noting this down. Got it. Approximately 3.23 seconds. That's handy to know. Oh my gosh, she did a physics equation. Mr. Edgeworth is such a comfy sofa. Sofas like this make me want to curl up and take a nap. I bet he pores over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. She's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. I bet in the morning, he has sofa hair and little creases in his cheeks from the seams. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool? That's everything. Stop simping over Edgeworth for Gumshoes in my thoughts constantly. Me too. Oh, I can't examine the car anymore. I guess I'm done here? Do I have to? Maybe you have to present something at Edgeworth. Maybe that's why I went up there. Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? You sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, he'll take it for sure, won't he? Oh, right, fuck, he's the enemy prosecutor, I forgot. Lesai. I wish I could be on the same side as Mr. Edgeworth. But then my sister would be found guilty. If he sighs any deeper, I'm gonna start getting depressed. What the fuck? What did I come up here for then? I'm just gonna start showing people stuff. It's like a talent show. Show and tell. Could you please take a look at this? You! Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at me. You must have to brew the leaves a long time to get rich flavor like this. We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing. I knew it, so that's the secret to their aroma. Exquisite! The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. Okay, I don't think I can show her anything. She's not even here. He's frozen in fear of the frigid Miss Lana. Feeling a bit chilly myself. Now what? Gotta show her everything. Actually, what if I show Edgeworth the trophy? Ow. Wait, why did you boo me? Yeah, no. Wrong boo? Oh, you thought I was gonna- you thought you thought it was supposed to scare me? Like a ghost boo? I put an extra O so that it would like... It would be more like a... like boo! I thought it was like boo, not boo! Yeah. Look at this trophy. So basically, this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? Oh! Omega lol! I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why's that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. So it was already broken. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah. I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his award, for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? Ask him about his freaking knife. Oh, right. I forgot that. He doesn't look like much, does he? He doesn't like you much, does he, Mr. Right? Nah, with that girth, it's never personal. It's all about winning tomorrow. I'm literally the world's worst attorney. I'm so good at playing as Phoenix, but I do the same things he would do. I clicked redeem, then I read it and I went, oh, that's not what I thought. Yeah. Boo! Alright, let's ask him a question. Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. Call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. It was an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? It was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Edgeworth's parking stub. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after you got back? What, right? I'd appreciate if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Oh my god. Who are you? Why is your hand covered in bandages? He's got like the Squidward bandage hand. Excuse me, but Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your I was gonna say repost. Your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Sky, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid below. I think I just forgot how to read. This fucking guy. Oh god. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but sir. I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of your... Give me your name. Yes? Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right. Officer Meekins. Take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. But sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. Jesus Christ. Beat it. Calm down. What the fuck? They spared no second in ripping into his poor, fragile sir. Right. Yes, sir. God, he caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. Seems to have finally calmed down at least. What the fuck? Deserved. He hasn't even done anything. He just came in and said sir 8 times. We're left. We're right. We're left. Hold on, let me get, I just realized I left the soup in the microwave. Every minute that the soup is done heating in my microwave, it like sends out like a chirp. And it's really annoying, so it's probably been chirping for like 10 minutes now. Hold on, I'll be right back. Last time I get up, promise. Oh my god. That was... I like fell into my seat. I'm even bad at sitting down. Ah. You can examine every item in the court record. Ooh. Wait. Oh wait, what am I doing? Oh, I can go into like 3D diorama mode. This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth? In the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. Oh, there's a scary thought. Wow, CSGO knife. Oh, and I can probably read the names on this thing. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. It looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. Oh god. I guess he must be a foreigner? Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. When she says it, his name doesn't have any kind of ring to it. Or have kind of... oh my god. When she says it, his name does have kind of a ring to it. Oh, it's like there's a fist holding the shield, but it's broken. Using scientific analysis. To read! Let's go! My theory still stands where Phoenix can't actually read anything without Emma's help. That Von Karma guy seems pretty cool. He seems like an upstanding kind of dude. He mentored Miles, so he must be great. And not in prison for murder. This is dated the day of the crime. The murder took place 3 minutes after Edgeworth parked his car. Only was held up at a couple extra red lights. He wouldn't have been caught up in this whole affair. Perhaps. It just goes to show you never know what'll happen when you run a yellow light. I guess. Wait, so the murder happened... Oh, I don't have the case file yet. What did she say? It happened near that time. Police department. What the fuck is that thing? Oh, that's the doll that they had in the window. I guess it's like a mascot. It's an official mascot now. Whew. We're finally here. How would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. That took almost 30 minutes by taxi. The traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only ever been to the criminal affairs next door. Huh? Hold on, what's that? It moves. Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? Oh wait, I know. This is the blue badger. It's a badger? That's not a badger, what? Gillen. He's kind of whimsical. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the blue badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the blue badger. Uh-oh, he noticed me. Sure is running over here fast. Hey, pal, what are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. What do you mean he was dancing? Was he like moving the same way that it was moving? I can't believe they didn't show it to me. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. What if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, no. Come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal. Can I speak to you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa! The chief prosecutor's little sister! Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. Why do all the detectives look funny? Is this like, how did you get this gig? Yeah, no. In Japanifornia, in Ace Attorney World, you don't actually get jobs based on qualifications. You get jobs based on how interesting your outfit and personal look is. That's why Phoenix is such a bad lawyer. It's hard to actually eat this soup now that I think about it. I actually have to hold the bowl or else it'll just drip all over me. Fake news, yeah. yeah. If you have a funny play on words name, then you get, it's like double points. That might be more for being a witness though. If you have an interesting name, if you have a play on words name, you're probably gonna either witness murder, either witness murder or be a murderer yourself. That's just how it goes here in the city. Here in the city. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing really. He kicked me out of criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean, this time? Then, what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true. We've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being led into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting in any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the Badger dance down pat. Oh my god, he's doing a TikTok trend. MF Badger dance. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Yeah! Officer Marshall? Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of the crime scene. It's unheard of, pal! Is that it? I guess I probably can't show him any evidence, can I? They're not gonna let me in either. Maybe Marshall will be back at the scene. That would be nice. I'm gonna try showing him evidence anyway. Actually, I'm just gonna show him this. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. I'm proud of my boy. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean... I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have, someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that, you have to turn it into the police. It's people like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together with him in criminal affairs? Whoa! Now I remember! Bruce Goodman! He's the victim! That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? No? Oh, you have to talk to him now. He's been watching Better Call Saul. Bruce Goodman. He's that lawyer that got his brother, I guess he didn't get him charged. Then revealed his brother was faking his illness. This is just like Better Call Saul for real. So, this ID card belonged to the victim. He was a detective, like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where he found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transfer for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transfer? Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot. And Lana's confessing as much. He's in a tough spot. Again. Again? Did you forget? It's like, hasn't it been the only trial that he did? he did not Phoenix, Edgeworth's trial and hasn't done trials since? Well, it all started with the murders of that defense attorney, Hammond. Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. He's got a lot of haters. Got a lot of haters. It's okay, Edgeworth rolling. Edgeworth spinning. Where's the... Hold on. I wanna put the GIF. Bing, bing. I have, ever since I started playing Ace Attorney, the amount of Edgeworth Discord gifts I have favorited went up exponentially. Oh, I just added an old picture. Where is he? There he is. Here, you can go where the guy used to be. That one caterpillar. There. Holy based. Beautiful. It's like he's churning the wine so that it has more flavor. Where's the... Do I still have the other one? I think I do. Yeah. This thing. I'm killing it. I'm killing it. It's going away forever. Alright. That's everything to talk to him about. I think I presented everything too. I was wondering about that. What? The Dancing Blue Badger? It's my masterpiece. Oh god, it's dancing again. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. Anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the batteries die. Poor Blue Badger. He needed to dance until he drops. Oh. That thing? Oh, are you talking about the stupid caterpillar? Yeah. They should have a dancing... I should commission a dancing caterpillar from Gumshoe. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is. What was his name? The guy in the parking lot. That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the Chief of Police. Officer Marshall. He's some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? Nah, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer. From West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show them this, and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. What is that? It's crossed out. What is that? I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there, and nobody will look at you twice, pal. I was wondering about that. Oh wait, why was it not checkmarked? Oh no, it's dancing again! Fire! They said that. Dances until it fucking dies. Okay, now it's checkmarked. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be the detective. Oh, is that the other guy? The Meekins? Then I said, hey, you do that, your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was wiping tears from his eyes. They make a good pair. Car. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have scientific proof. It's just a theory. A game theory. Also, what? I thought she was all about scientific method. Speaking of soup, I actually probably should eat more of it before it actually goes cold. Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? It was when I was on a school trip. I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We just been at the zoo, see? What about zebras? Or did they not have those at your zoo? The band here is announcing the crime fighting campaign. Nice slogan. Wonder if they'll be selling fingerprinting sets. I don't think that's that kind of campaign. What family wouldn't want a set at home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. I always get excited when I come to the police station. Why is that? It just feels like I've jumped into a movie. Huh? You know, with all the police and criminals? Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. Well, they were talking about soup. The usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board over there. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. Oh my god. She has a point. The artist is trying his best, okay? Looks like the investigation is still going. Have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. Oh, it's Marshall, I think. See you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Oh no, that's the woman. Oh, still here? Ah, hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs too. What happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. There's something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime. A cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me? I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep. What? Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? There's something I want to ask you. Oh, he's just gonna... Okay, I get it. He like falls asleep. What? Why don't you have a look at this? Actually, wait, can I... No. It's not a 3D object. Hey, look here. It looks like something's been crossed out. Maybe it was a letter or something to Detective Gumshoe. Let's see. Annual bonus. $20. I think a couple of zeros are missing. No, that sounds about right. At least in that detective's case. That's awful. Maybe I should rethink my career as an investigator. Gumshoe, you're $20. Damn, that's fucked up. Does Ezra handle that? Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I'll warn you. Fan letters to me go right into the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction. Ooh, Canadian! Welcome, thank you for the raid. Hello, chat. Hello, Canada. Of the 47th regiment. The 47th degree. Dead by Daylight. How was DBD? How was the old Dead by Daylight? The Alive by Twilight. Everyone look at this game, it requires intelligence. Hmm. A viewer requested the hatchet. A viewer requested I make a huntress build. DC. Or no. Viewer requested build that made a huntress DC. Oh. What did you do? Was it like a slug build? Or did you just play so well that they left? No, this game doesn't require intelligence. It requires you to just click good. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe. Ah, that old cow dog. He holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries. This proves it's from Detective Gumshoe. Better than a blood test. Guess I'd better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't the crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler. Strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Note to self. Police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction crumpled and discarded. Okay, well, that's gone, I guess. Bite the bullet? What is that? Was that part of the build? Hell yeah, brother. We literally asked him a question. It's like, wait a minute. If you're just a patrolman, then why are you here? And he's like, seize destiny, manifest destiny, settle the lands. Get off the topic. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, well, aren't you a feisty doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Star. One stab to the chest. A fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prospector Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So, there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with the Chief Prospector. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here, to this parking lot? So it seems. Like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. Hello, chat. Hi, Finecone. Welcome. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective. You've called me out. They shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoe detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now. So how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, huh? Edgeworth? That cow dog's been kicked out of his cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just, he don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? I know he was kicked out of the police station, but he didn't mention that part. Poor Gumshoe? Yeah, now he's relegated to dancing with his ugly arts and craft project. I gotta learn the badger dance, pal. I just gotta. Alright, out of my way. Out of my way, cowboy. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Right, let's check it out. Oh my god, why is it so slow? Oh, it was automatically going over to it, towards it. I was pressing the right arrow key and I was like, god damn. This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about that. Might be learning the badger dance? If the badger dance is what it looked like, then it was literally a fucking, like an animatronic dance. Animatronic contortion. Flip phone! Mr. Wright, haven't you ever used a flip phone before? No, I fax everything. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Oh my god, he just got mansplained. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you never know with people from your generation. Whatever, let's check this phone out. Do I have to press the redial button using this janky thing? Wait, I can rotate and zoom in. Woo. Now, to see who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. That's my favorite part. Oh my god, it's the song! It's the fucking... Wait, is this Edgeworth's phone? Hey, that song! I know that! That's the Steel Samurai. Hey, what's going on over there? Ah, oh, sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky. Oh, she likes the Steel Samurai also. Everybody likes this person, or this show. What? It's my sister's? She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody, right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right after when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds, according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Oh? That? Oh. I'm sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but... Someone called me right as we picked up to the other phone, a wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Is that his catchphrase? They shoot you for that in Texas. Uh-oh, I'm inside the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. This appears to be the car where the body was found. It looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. The crime took place in the underground parking lot, the prospector's office. Or prosecutor's office. God damn it. Marshall's got me fucked up. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. They shoot you for not liking Whataburger in Texas, partner. Quite a luxury car. It just screams, I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. My name is Edgeworth and I like to flex. This rope, is it? Yep, belated in the outline of the victim's body. So, wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on them. You have got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. Oh, Maya would definitely say that. That's Maya core. A block. This area is reserved for the prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I will be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. Not planning on giving up my job that soon. B block is through here. That's where visitors park. I can see the lunch line car over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the cute design on the door. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. Cannibalism. Oh, a ladder. Aha! A ladder! That's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please? Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. Oh, that was useless. That was useless, partner. They shoot you for that in Texas. Is that everything? Cow eating steak. Cat eating cat. Where? Oh my god! Oh no, he was always standing there. I just went out of examine mode. I thought he just appeared. Yeah, I think that's it for examine mode. Okay, reappear, Marshall. Cowboy jump scare. So, there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's a goldmine of evidence against her. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambino. Many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambino? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambino. Something must have gotten into me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's a-blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will, something's up. Someone's up to something here, but who? Office atmosphere. Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. Rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Skye. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some people load them with deals. What? You're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? Whoa. Where there's bullets, there's Texas. Look at this phone. My sister's cell phone. The last time it was used was 5/18, right after Goodman was killed. Maybe she was canceling her date for the night. Why did Lana make that call? Died at 4 p.m. Marshall, look at this. Alright, compadre. Count to 3. Huh? You gotta do that if you're gonna... you gotta do that if you're going to draw evidence on someone. That's what we do in Texas. Remind me to never visit Texas. The fuck? Okay. This is some conspiracy shit. There's something afoul. I know it in my boot. Ah, toy shield. Suits the boy well. What exactly could you shield with that? Toy knight, maybe? Officer Marshall, don't you have anything good to say about Mr. Edgeworth? You don't like him, right? We get the point. You know, when I was a detective, I got one of these. Let me guess. Did it have a K for King of Detectives on it? Hey, they could use the same shield over and over. Note to self, the prosecutor's office in criminal affairs are surprisingly cheap. You know it. They've gotten cheaper with every passing year, I tell you. I tell you what. What's that? Some sort of police passport? This is Detective Goodman's ID card. Strangely enough, we found it a good distance away from the crime scene. Good distance? In this rat hole? If you want distance, get yourself to Texas. Texas. This is a tiny little crime scene in a tiny little town, tiny little evidence. What difference does a few yards make, compadre? Note to self, if you encounter suspicious evidence, think of Texas. There's no better way to study than to hang out with the pros. They shouldn't come to Texas, not a good idea. No, bad idea. They'll shoot you for that in Texas. Look at this knife. Oh yeah, okay. That would give you the worst razor burn ever. To shave with, just shave with a knife like that. You're pretty stupid, compadre. He's not here anymore. Oh, we're back in the cowboy. Let me drink some soup, or eat some soup, and drink it. Now what? I honestly have no idea about anything. I guess the case is gonna form while we're in the trial. Everyone's kind of said the same thing so far. Is there something I forgot, partner? Oh, trunk. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Look, something's written on it. 675, 12 divided by 2. 6 minus 7. Oh, S. It's an S. You're right. Let's see. 6 minus 7S, 12 divided by 2. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so? What does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana's confessing to the crime. Kingdom Hearts title. Kingdom Hearts 6 minus 7s divided by 12 times 12 under night in hearts. 365 days. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma. Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Seal Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show. For kids. The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place. Your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Sus. Detective is murdered, and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. To be continued. Yeah. Trial of former. What does that mean? How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there's still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yeah? A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. There's one decisive difference between you and her. Yeah, inhale the fly. What, Fluffy? And that is? You're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's going to bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. No magic psychic powers this time, right? No Larry Butts interrupts court case at the very end after the verdict has already been decided this time, Mr. Wright. But also probably no Edgeworth declares himself guilty at the end of the trial this time as well. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in the courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in a prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. I was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Star, to the stand. Personal feelings. Edgy. The cough-up queen. She's so pretty. Haven't I seen you somewhere? Bam. You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. He's actually eating it? Can you eat in court? I don't think that's allowed. Ah, and for you, I have a fiesta bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? Ah, and you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? What is that, just rice with some sesame seeds? It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts! I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name. Profession. Now. Me? The name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, hold up. Let me eat too. I'm not finished eating. The heck is on her head? A jelly donut. Yeah, she's advertising. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. Huh? What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the what? She was a what? Why are we just learning about this? Was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Star was a detective? I know who you are. Cough up? Cough up Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Star. Just who is this lady? Lamau. Yeah, it's like an onigiri hat, but localized to jelly donuts and hamburgers. I'm actually surprised they didn't mention it. I've been dying if they call it a jelly donut too. Except, I don't know, I guess they haven't shown, like, the hamburger that Maya just loves to eat. The alleged hamburger. I saw a glimpse of it. In passing. If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor's spaces, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with his knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. Seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? He hit me with the well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on that principle, or I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Mrs. Starr. Wait, are they talking about me? Oh boy, okay. Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend, when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. It's a vicious look. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then, she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching. Huh. As you can see, there is no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Alright, time to press. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes. The next moment, the chief prospector, God damn, it's over. Ever since he said that, I have two detectives in my mind now. One of them's a cowboy and one of them knows how to read. The chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. What do you mean by that? How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against the prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr. Salty. Yeah, she's a little bit salty. Just a little bit. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend. The security guard. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes. This boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Where do I apply? Where do I sign up? Can I have the Google Doc, the Google Forms link? Question mark? Note to self: the judge had to think before replying. Security guard is in the lot, in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Security cafe. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So, she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. You sensed something? So, you're saying you had a premonition of the murder? It felt like... how would you say? Oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. What? He was like a young cheese. Young cheese. A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience in the streets. A greenhorn. Then I must be hard, yellowed, and sharp as a tack. Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, there in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. By garish car, you mean... Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes? Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Indeed it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you are sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. She's telling the truth. We're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly say the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. Oh, I thought he was about to say that the prosecutor was small, so she couldn't, like a worm, so she couldn't see her. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me? I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. My god. A photograph? You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over us, and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. Wait! My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. She's just vibing with the car. The look on her face is so, like, just nonchalant. Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Skye. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Oh, we're back here again. Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Damn, she called him out. She said, Edgeworth, your knife is 4 inches long. Prosecutors are, by nature, well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean, a person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor? So, the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Well, that's all I got. Dude, we got, like, evidence now? Okay, so the guy was dead before it, right? Oh, within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Parking lot with Edgeworth's car. Boom, boom, bing, bing. That is an A block. Fuck, I feel like I'm missing something here. Ooh. I wonder why they only use numbers for IDs. What else would they use? Letters, silly! They're the reason we have a written language in the first place. True. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID. Yabba Dab. What the fuck? See? Wouldn't that be better? Yabba Dab? Well, it does have a certain ring to it. Exactly my point. See? Doesn't take much to a million years. That's so stupid. That got me nowhere. Yabba Dab. Let me look at her thingy again. An objection to what she has to say. It's as simple as that. Yabba Dab. A lot of this seems pretty concrete. Covered in blood. It's flawless. Smack, smack. Is it that maybe she's not holding the knife in the picture? The moment of the crime. I don't think the time has anything to do with it, because it said between 4 p.m. and 5:30, and that's technically within the time frame. $2:21. That's 7 minus 2. Well, I guess it's time to start throwing out some objections. Fuck, I don't know. Maybe I feel like the photo has something to do with something. Oh, let's try the photo. Is he welcome? Alright, I'm just gonna do the photo. It's Dancing Blue Badger, that's the answer. Of course. And you witnessed this? You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife. As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. Look at this photograph. Is this the photograph you took of the very moment of the crime? Is it not? Or this is... Okay, so I was right. It was like... it was very literal in the sense that it was in the moment of the crime. Why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? They're all like, fuck, I don't know. I'm so smart. I got it right first try. Oh, and by facts and logic. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. It had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yes, it was still stronger than your ever feeble mind, Mr. Wright. Okay, I see now. We're back at it. The fact that I saved his life has no bearing on anything at all. Rivalry restored. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. It was taken the moment after the stabbing. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's a black and white photograph. Yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem. Except you. Mr. Wright, you can just sit there and take that kind of abuse? Got a better idea? No problem. He's still a sassy bitch, yeah. Back at it again. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved? If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. Didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Scott was cold, calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. What? Those gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder, a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned, the rubber gloves prove it. Let's press that shit. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves? Like driving gloves? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves, the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She got them thinking this was all planned. If I can prove this claim, the trial's already over. Or if she can prove this claim, as I'll say. Detective, hi, what's up? Welcome. I've gotta think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. Okay, the flesh wound. Alright. Bring me back to that point. it was Edgeworth's knife, right? Is that, can I use that? Witness, do you know what this is? Or, you know, side of the highway, car smoking, loving life. Oh, that fucking sucks, dude. Did the engine go out or something? That sucks. I almost got scared one time in the parking lot of the grocery store. I was getting groceries. I turned the ignition, but I had already plugged my phone in, so I like stopped turning it when the music came on, and then the car wasn't moving. I was like, "Oh, what?" That's just because I didn't turn the dial too far. Genius, Kaifi. Genius after saying that. No, yeah, no, I'm Ace Attorney God. I believe this car is out of coolant and oil. Won't start anymore either. Oh, that sucks. Always gotta remember that oil change. And coolant. Are you trying to test me? I sell box lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon, a red car, all belonging to the prosecutor there. The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Mommy, are the prosecutors bad people? The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder. And that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing? The murder weapon. Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. What? Order, order, order! Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. God damn, they This is amazing. I don't think any other prosecutor has done this much fucking sassy comebacks after they come up with the next thing. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah! The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution needs to prove. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing? I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really, nah. Angel's deduction. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again. The knife in again and again. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Angel's deduction. Bam, 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 bam. Um. Does the phone have anything to do with it? The fact that it's that the last call was to the other girl. Let's do some pressing. Oh, wait a minute. She said again and again. It was a single stab wound. Okay, we got it. Never mind. Let's go. A human machine? That's a contradiction. Please. Can't you find fault with something of substance, Mr. Wright? Oh, I can. Note to self. Mr. Edgeworth's sighs smell like citrus fruit. You say again and again. How many times did she stab him exactly? We often say chop into 1,000 pieces, but we don't actually mean 1,000 pieces. What difference does it make if the deed is done? How come she's getting mad at me? Let's just say she stabbed him several times and leave it at that. Leave it at that? This is a murder case, people. Mr. Wright, you should speak up if you have an objection, you know. I know. I'm just waiting for them to stop talking. Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. The short wick burns out the fastest. It's a scientific fact. I wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, Admiral Rex and even Admiral Rex and even a really short wick will burn longer. Noting this down. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. Okay, I'm about to fucking destroy you. You say she stabbed him again and again. But you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. What the fuck? With my moss surprise. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right! Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really. What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness? You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify! Oh my god, bro. This never ends. Can we just throw her out already? She's a bad witness. Why are we still letting her go? Get her out of here. Get her out of here. I'm some garbage witness. It's because she's pretty. And she keeps providing us with amazing box lunches, like the crime scene kit and moss surprise. Okay, I guess I'll press her on this. Wait. She wasn't wearing her red muffler. I don't even need to press. Miss Starr, I demand an explanation. Oh my god. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. Whoa, Edgeworth, hold up there. Let me finish. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. Oh my god, he just took my fucking thunder. Hold, what? Beat the fuck out. Yeah, what the hell, dude? And you proved it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that can't be. Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but something red, really. Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. Most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. Finally. We're on 4 here, dude. The fact that she's still here is an absolute offense to the law. Injustice. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained to her— wait, she was on the fucking other side of the fence. No, she didn't. Hold up, dude. No, you were here. There's a fence. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. You're quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. Okay, Maya's getting— not Maya, Emma's getting up there in favorite character category. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. Emma is good. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. Alright, I'm about to fucking explode this one. I hope I'm right. I think I'm right. No? What? Must be something else then. I think I stepped over. Oh, that's caps lock. Oh, there's a wall here. Didn't she see from the fucking other side? Or maybe they were both Oh yeah, look, there's the chain link fence and everything. Okay. Let's press. Let's try pressing. You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should pressure for more details. Okay, I see. I have to, like, make it concrete. Exact. Oh wait, no, leave her alone. Fuck. That's the wrong one. I like to see this on the fuller plans, just to be safe. The lunch lady car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Star? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing! The Cough-Up Queen, lunch lady athlete. Indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence. So she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. So how did Miss Sky not get away? Hmm. Bum, 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 bum. So she jumped over the fucking fence. Okay, well, I did not expect that one. I thought maybe this fence connected to the ceiling, but I guess it doesn't. Well, that would. She mentioned the muffler? What exactly did she say? You got owned? Yeah. I got fucking destroyed. Never mind. I was so confident. But clearly I forgot about the incredible fucking superhuman jumping skills the angel has.
Are you winning, son?
Thought I was winning. Hmm. If I remembered exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that one word. So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean... By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory... It's like a salmon, heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see Miss Star. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car. There was an emergency phone on the wall. So much is happening in this, like, 10 seconds. Love the judge is completely lost. He's never following anything. Every time the case ends, he's like, so where did the suspect go? Just curious. Apparently it was out of order. So she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing. But having a good testifying. You should of course add this to your testimony. Oh. Things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. Okay, well now that this is part of... It's gotta be something with this. What's this? Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I was going to ask the same thing. She's gonna repeat what she already said? I don't need that. I'll say this one time, so listen close, rookies. Chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. She then picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. Zoom in. and during that time you climbed over the chain link fence. Then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this? What is it, Mr. Wright? Oh, does it have to do with the fucking photo again? Oh fuck. Wait. Oh, I used the wrong piece of I used the right piece of evidence. I picked the wrong thing though. I was gonna use this. But I guess she didn't see it because she was behind a partition. That's probably why. I did it! Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Skye. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? Totally intentional, yeah. Not an accident because they both look kind of similar. They're both like photographs looking things. No, I picked it on purpose. Because I knew that. You, who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr? This is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Skye making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. What? Okay, surely this time we're gonna just drop her entirely as a witness because this is the 5th time she'll be having to give a testimony. And surely no one will put up with that amount of clownery. This time for sure, copium. Yeah. It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch. She's coughing up lies. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me to question? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about what she saw. She lied about what she saw. In other words, she didn't see Miss Skye using that emergency phone. It does seem hard to imagine how she could have. Very logical. What's the matter, Star? Got your lunchbox? Mr. Wright? I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory. But why would Miss Starr lie like that? Huh? Why would she say that my sister had tried to use the phone but failed? Doesn't make any sense. Why lie about something so insignificant? Oh. Dang, she's right. I mean, maybe she really did see her try to use the emergency phone. I see no room for doubt here. You ordered the patooey on rice, right? What the fuck? What the fuck? What kind of random ass line of reasoning is that? Okay, whatever. Mr. Wright, and I thought you had something there. Yeah, that's bullshit. I think it's dumb as hell. What the fuck? Huh, I see in your eyes. You haven't learned your lesson, have you? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. The order of events. Or where she saw it. Fuck, those are both plausible. I think it might be where she saw it. Wait, no, but the fence was in the picture. I think it's the order of events. That's kind of fucked up. I have 2 tries anyway. She lied about the order of events. Miss Sky used that emergency phone before the murder. I see. I hadn't thought of that. Oh my god, it's not right either? No way. That took the wind out of her sails. This is awful. This is stupid. I hate this. Oh, Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would anyone use the emergency phone before the murder? I don't know. We don't know everything. You're wrong. Huh? Just when you think he can't sink any lower, he amazes us. I applaud you, Mr. Wright. You ordered the orange peel lunchbox, right? I guess that teaches me to not get excited before the evidence. God damn it, this is fucking so stupid. Where she saw it. Miss Sky tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it. Pointless to lie. I see. Let's say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location. What the fuck is this then? What's the point of the... You know what? I don't know. This case is stupid. It just became stupid. It's no longer a good case. Man, I missed your streams. Good to see you again, Kaipi. Hi, Thick Gremlin. Welcome. Welcome, yeah. I'm back. Back from break. How have you been? Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? No, that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. The place from where Miss Star witnessed the crime was... Is it the security room? Wait, I'm gonna try the security room. I have 2 tries left, so I'll try that and then fucking, I don't know. Can't be wrong, Gwen's whole case is stupid. Kind of based. Yeah, no, my word is law, unfortunately. There is no room for error or debate here. I am just, it is law. This is the best way to end a college orientation and be so touched by these streams are worth it. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. Yeah, tomorrow's the big one. It's the birthday stream. I'm glad I'm there to I was gonna say cool you down, but that doesn't make any sense. To cool down the day after a long day of walking at college. Yes. Kaipi has not been paying attention. No, I've been paying too much. I've been paying so much attention that this game can't even handle how much attention I've been paying. I've been paying so much attention. They're like, holy fuck. He's too concise. Let's give him a curveball. This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room? Indeed, the security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the 2nd floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in the A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime in the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony, you said, You brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Star? How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has got the better of Angel Star. Order! Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright? Doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Star lie? It doesn't make sense. I mean... What, do we think she's like, good faith acting here? What? Did I miss the part where she was a good witness? Emma? Huh? She should have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. Wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. That truth still stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So, tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Hold up. Now they're bringing perjury into Ace Attorney? On trial 5. After like every witness before this has lied. Okay. You know what? Yeah, no, makes sense. Makes sense. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Star witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference. But what? What could it change? Fuck. Well, it's not the lighting. I don't think it's the distance. It's like about the same distance. Actually, it's a little farther. Yeah, it is farther, right? "30 feet. It would also change the angle. But it's a vital difference. What is a vital difference? Well, I have 2 attempts. I'm hoping this case is ending soon, because I'm running out of fucking blue meter. Shit. You know what? Distance. We're going the distance. It changed the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright. With one look at the floor plans, and it's quite clear. Distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she would see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Star, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness? Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? Quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my... Boysenberry? to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend? Boysenberry for the boyfriend. Squid wheels for the squid man. For the squid game. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime in the glass vault station. Squid wheels. What is the crime from the glass-walled station? Bro, she's fucking lied 6 times now. Stop. End it. This is worse than any other trial before it. You've got to be kidding me. You can't do this. You can't just fix your testimony every time someone calls out a problem with it. This is absurd. Like, even for Ace Attorney standards, from what I've seen so far. I mean, I guess we had a parent testify last trial, so I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. Jesus Christ, bro. She circumnavigated the globe. That's why I had to go through the visitors parking lot in B block. Quite a detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? This changes things considerably. What? Like, the last 5 amendments to our testimony haven't changed things considerably. Everyone jail. Everyone jail and fired. Simultaneously. Fired and jail. This is bad. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have a photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point. And the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Jail, bailiff, shoot the whole court. Mr. Wright, you have to do Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Bitch. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Fuck, what were we talking about? I mean, probably. I just kind of forgot. Wait, what were we talking about? It was, the way she got there, right? Or like it took 5 minutes? And then it was her that stabbed them? 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You could make pasta in that amount of time. If you like it al dente. I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into knots, Ricky. A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange? If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey! Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. What the fuck? What are you talking about? He's spitting. Where's the strangled judge option? Do I have it in here somewhere? You have the instincts of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Skye dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yeah. What? That was it? I didn't use any evidence at all. I just fucking debate lorded my way out of it. Okay, nice. Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was close. Too close. I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. Finally, wow, it only took her, fixing her, quote-unquote, testimony, I don't know, like 7 times? They're like, getting a wrong testimony and lying 5 times, that's par for the course. But 7 times, that's where I draw the line. That's where I fucking draw the line, lunch lady. You get 5 strikes. But that's 1 too many. And with that, the court is adjourned. Oh my god. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? Not the squid wheels! That's the way she tried to foist off on me! I prefer not to take the defensive team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Star. Yeah, no, dude, end it, now. Fucking end it. Do not look at anything she has to offer. It's literally a waste of time. You cannot give her an 8th chance. You just can't. You just can't. You just can't. Ah. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple decker! Out of deference to the witness' determination, I'll allow 1 more testimony. God damn, dude. Bro. He's not even sipping for her, he's sipping for the food. For the squid wheels. It's gonna be all squid wheels. 3 squid wheel. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she gonna pull out of her lunchbox this time? I'm going to die. I'm going to pass away. 2 yil. My 2 yil is up. I'm dead. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? No, you didn't! You didn't fucking bring this up! You didn't bring up shit! You brought up nothing! Everything was wrong! It's all lies! Lies and squid wheels! Ugh. This is freaking Danganronpa. Even Danganronpa is Danganronpa, so like nonsense and like constantly wrong things like are par for the course because it's insane. But like I expect more from real life court. It's not real, but Pseudo, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Any crabs on a raid? Thank you, Pseudo. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. What's up, race today? Thank you so much, Pseudo. What were you doing? Were you playing Pokemon? Squid wheels for the Raiders. Hold on. Hi, I love you. Notice me. I have noticed you. Because you read it. Cremo, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yes, I do it. Pokemon Emerald. Did you order squid wheels, Raider? Sorry, I'm mauling over this case. I mean, having the witness lie like 8 times in a row. I mean, 4 times in a row is normal, but this is like double the amount of time. I'm kind of losing my mind here. More progress on the Nuzlocke. We just got our 7th badge. Ooh, almost to the Elite 4. Let's go. Have you lost any big hitters on your way? Any main members of the family? What's like the highlight of the, or I guess the low light of the run so far? But yes, welcome. Hi, I'm Kaipi. I stream some games and stuff, and sometimes I play not game stream, not sometimes I stream not games. And right now we're playing Ace Attorney. And tomorrow's my birthday stream. Yeah, that's basically it. The Tiger Yakuza VTuber. We've lost 2 Charizards, but we ran into them again on our travels. Nice. Damn, that's a lot of Charizards. If I had a nickel for every Charizard you lost, I'd have 2, but that's still more than normal. Oh, sorry, I can't read. I lost my ability to read while playing this trial. You don't go through Victory Road with max level Pokemon? No, you go through after losing your entire team. And now to the matter of the victim's shoe. 2 types of blood were found on this shoe.
No, 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 no.
No. Look, the person was so hard he died. Your bad jokes, I'm out of here. Out of points to boo me. You already used them. You booed me once before. That's what it was. You were like, "Oh shit, I booed him on accident. I didn't mean to boo him." But it was actually it was what's it called? Prophetic booing. You knew it was gonna happen. Just kidding. I only make good jokes on stream, so I don't know what you're talking about. I'm also always right when it comes to what I think about a game. One was, of course, the victims. Any other blood type? Matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. What? There was blood found on that shoe. Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple, as I've already said. I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed. Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence. At least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Overused. This MFer. No, I'm losing my mind here. I can't. I'm just gonna go with the flow. If I think about it too hard, I'll pass away. I have 0 yield left. Even the general public can produce this official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. She keeps noting this down. I wonder if we can use her little notepad as some evidence. It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. Could at least study some evidence law, really? No, Phoenix doesn't know anything. We've established this. Nobody knows anything ever, except for maybe Edgeworth. Sometimes. Edgeworth knows things 50% of the time, everyone else knows things never. And the judge knows things -% of the time. Which maybe loops back in a circle? I don't know. He's stupid. I hate the judge. The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. Victim's shoe. White enamel shoe. I will not study law, I mean Emma. Judge's comedic relief. Judge's frustration provider. That's the opposite of comedic relief. Alright, let's cross-examine them. What is this? Like, unironically, no hyperbole. 7th time that she's done a testimony? I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. Okay, well, let me just read through real quick before I mean, I guess I could just start pressing on each individual one, but... Wait, why was her blood on the shoe? You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. Claim to know something of blood test, rookie? Huh. Well, speak up. Well... Blood comes in 4 types. A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. Was that a joke? Are you kidding me? That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. What the fuck? Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types of all the blood tests out there, which means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. The judge just straight man his ass. What is going on? This court has devolved into nothing. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they just said there's a very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lana Skaz. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. Oh, this is the victim's shoe. I'm stupid. Wait, no, this doesn't make any sense. Why is Lana Skaz's blood on the shoe? That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was gonna say that. Wait, I'm still lost. How? How, Elmo, how? Did he get a hit in or something? Let's just press a little more. That's probably the safest decision. I only have 2 bars left. Might be. Oh, you're right! Fuck! I forgot about the new mechanic. Woo! 3D shoe! Look at that shit. Blood on the bottom of the shoe. That's interesting. Ah, there's blood here too! On the sole of the shoe? It's gotta be the victim's. He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. All this blood. It's horrible. This blood might be an important clue. This blood. It's my sister's, right? It appears so. Lana's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. Oh, right. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime. Poor sis. Okay, so well, that explains that. And so, her blood is on the top, his blood is on the bottom. Theoretically. Woo! Okay. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say, I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blink means nothing. And why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. Choose them to be eaten, not rotated. Don't play with your food. Shoe wheels. Made of shrimp. This is when the suspect is admitting she did it? A false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Star. Let's just get this over with. Now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Oh, we already got that. Oh. Let's press this one? Question mark? So, you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it proved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. She got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. And that blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman? As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. Yeah. Can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some, like your client, season enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? A problem? Ha, true, Emma. What are those? Haha. No, we have a problem with this shoe, but I'm not really sure what it is. I don't know if that's the most despicable crime at all, Mr. Judge. It is. In Japan, perjury is worse than murder. Oh hell no, perjury is freely accepted. You can lie about your testimony 1 gajillion times. It's alright. I understand the blood on the bottom, but how did her blood get on top when she stabbed back? That's what I was wondering. Her hand was damaged, like she's a robot. Her hand was hurt, because apparently she cut herself with a knife, so I guess it splattered on her shoe? Which would make sense. If she was facing the guy, I don't know, I guess it doesn't matter what time. So this is her blood. This is critical! There's a problem with the victim's shoe? There's a problem. If I'm not imagining things, I say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? No, I don't want your fish guts or your squid rings. Yeah, I'm just kind of going with the flow. Sometimes you just gotta go with the flow. I see. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. Oh, we're fucking zooming. Woo! It's probably this, right? It's gotta be this. I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of this shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie. Or it'll be blood on the bottom of my shoe. Your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there's quite a lot of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of this shoe? Oh shit, now I gotta actually provide evidence? I gotta back up my claim? That's fucked up. It's the blue badger. It's always been the blue badger. How could I not have seen it? Look at him. He's evil. Fucked up and evil. Evil bastard. It's not this. It's not this. Wait. This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself paint. No, we already saw this. It's not, it wouldn't be that her blood wasn't on the knife, right? Because she, like, cut herself? Or it wasn't, yeah. It's not the shield, it's not this thing, it's probably not Blue Badger, probably. I don't think it has anything to do with the autopsy. Fuck. More to do with the ground than the shoe? He was wearing a coat that protected her from blood splatter. But how does that... But this is his shoe, right? This is the suspect's shoe. I should take a screenshot of that. The mascot is so funny. Yeah, Gumshoe made it himself. It's like got his like handprint over it. It's smudged for some reason. And the top part is broken. Oh, I don't know. Okay, so it's either this, or this photo. So stabbed would have stabbed in his own blood. Yeah, that's what they said. If there's any blood on the shoe, there's gotta be blood somewhere else in particular? On the floor, right? Oh, and there was no blood on the floor? Oh, right. Well, I mean, I guess I don't see any here. I guess? That's probably the closest thing. I did not come up with that. It was all you guys. Maybe it's because of the ankle? I don't know. You're already laying on the ground. Did he like fall into the trunk or did she put him in the trunk? Because he was like hanging off the trunk. Let's go with the photo. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Oh, okay. I wasn't here for that part of going off what I've seen the last hour and a half. Oh yeah. It's I don't know, honestly, half the time you just kind of look at the court record and hope you find something in this like jumble of evidence. So bloody footprints. Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about this shoe. So we were looking for footprints. I guess. This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. That's what I was talking about, the angle. It's only like from the side. Oh, they're going at it. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. That's true. It was pretty clean, actually. Yeah, it was pretty clean, wasn't it? What? Huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh, that's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. Me too, man, me too. Well, witness, what food do you have for me? Squid wheels? What? Is he gonna do it? You do it for me, Edgeworth. I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. Okay, are you just now realizing this? Are we now calling it a hoodwink? Was she like a good and reliable source up until like 5 minutes ago? Carried? Hell no. Fucking Phoenix had a plot fog in his brain. Plot brain fog. But she slipped. There's one vital hint of the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. I thought that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that, I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness! Well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Oh my god, wait, what? Are you about to tell me that the water cleansed the scene of the crime? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? You want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason. Aha! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. No! Fuck! I thought he was helping me. What? That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoes tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. It reminds me, Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she cut herself when she stabbed him? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please! What? What could I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime, and she tried to conceal it. But... Enough. There's no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. What? Oh, she said it. Emma said it. Never ending. Little girl. What did you just say? Huh? Me? Oh, no, she objected. Cause she got on her nerves. It's like when the villain's about to win, but then you just you taunt them so they give in to their emotions. Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you'd had your fill. But here you are, demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence. Wait. Witness, don't tell me you have something else. No! No shot, dude. You can't. The time for deliberations has passed. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court. Okay, now we're bringing out the contempt of court. Only now, though. Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this. Oh my god, dude. A photograph? I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait! Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. I'm sorry, Mia. Right. Wet or not. Wetty or not, here I come. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. She's giving me spirit puns. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. Not until the squid wheel end. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Wait. Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it will be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So right. Are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah. I'll think later. Oh my god, he's doing what I'm doing. Take energy, channel your energy. He's doing what I'm doing. Object first, find evidence later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've gotta go ahead with this. I suppose we've come this far. We should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem in this photograph. The shoe is sideways, right? Wait, no, that wouldn't fix it. This thing in the muffler, right? Oh, is that she was talking about the muffler? I don't really see anything else wrong with it. Problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, you just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also part of a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see, and I see. Shake? The asphalt was wet. Oh, no, yeah. How old is this dude? He's a vampire. What's the suspicious looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there was something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to the case. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Aishido scarf. Muffler. Yeah. Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh. She died. She fucking exploded. Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Sauce? 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 Suspend? Yo. The only thing sauce right now is you, Angel. After 10 years. Oh boy. That game has just completely... I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. We leave any questions unanswered. Here we do a disservice to the law. The car at the crime scene inspected at once, and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we have seen all the evidence. I swear this case is good, Kaipi, I promise you. I was having fun at the beginning, and then we just kind of went into La La Land. But I'm sure it gets better. Hold on, bro. It gets better at episode fucking 785. That's the That's the Blue Badger arc. It gets good, I promise. Agreed? I suppose so. Whew, that was close. But we made it, at least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. He's still hungry? To be continued. Whew! A fucking long ass case. Long ass first part of the trial. It's not even done yet. Alright, that's a good stopping point if I ever saw one. God damn, bro. Easy clap. I knew the answer. I knew the right answer the entire time. No doubt about it. I always got it right. Easy. It wasn't I know it wasn't a bad trial so far. I just think I mean some parts of it were kind of stupid, but I just think it's funny that they're pushing the limits of what's like reasonable for a witness to keep like going at it. That was funny. It was funny. It was pretty low. It made me low and laugh and raffle all over the floor. If I'm being honest. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, Chin and Sheep and everybody else. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the nonsense that was Trial 5. But yeah, that's about the end. Let's see who's your raid. Monster Hunter? Oh my god, it's Monster Hunter. Ooh. Yeah, that was fun though. Luna's playing Phasmophobia. I haven't talked to Luna in a while. Let's read Luna. How about that? I think Phasmophobia. Monster Hunter. Wait, Sheaf, which one do you play? Because I actually got the one that's on PS Plus for free. I think that's World. Everyone's playing Rise, aren't they? Yeah, I was like, I have World, but maybe I'll play that at some point. But yeah. Shit. Okay. I wait till I channel and it almost starts speaking as me, or I start hearing my own stream. That's the worst thing ever. But yeah. Thank you everybody for stopping in. Stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you all the raids, especially. That was awesome, beautiful. Thank you, Suno, Nadia, and of course Sam. But yeah. Thanks for coming tomorrow. Tomorrow's the birthday stream. It's the I don't know. I'm gonna play a bit of Genshin probably, but I'm also probably gonna do drawing games. So if you wanna come join, then come join. Oh, what a beautiful comment was. If you wanna come join, come join. No, but if you wanna come play, then stop by. We're doing that, playing some Genshin. I'm playing Genshin in 6 months, so that'll be fun. And then, I don't know, maybe I'll do something else. It's the birthday stream. There's nothing planned, but that's gonna be fun. So yeah. Have a wonderful rest of your night or day. Thanks. Say hi to Luna. Be nice. I don't know. Nobody... I can't say be nice, because no one here has ever been, except to me specifically. But yeah, and I'll see you next time I see you.